First to load is Ethnic Soul with Jodine Anderson, a 15-1 outsider. Making his first start since December 2021. Forest Selection and Lenny Seacharan to Gate 2. Gate 3 is Mobilizer with Amanda Vandermeersch. The favorite working out in Chris Husbands, Gate 4. Last up will be Hadassah's Devil and Pierre Mailhot. All set. And they're off. Working out was out well along the rail, Ethnic Soul, and now splitting them is Forest Selection. Seacharan sends to the lead. It is Forest Selection by 3/4 of a length, but now working out, coming right back to the outside and splitting horses. Here comes Mobilizer. Mobilizer made a big rush to take a half-length lead. Forest Selection coming right back on along the inside. It's been a cat-and-mouse game in the early stages. Working out is watching it unfold from the outside in third. Past a quarter in 23 flat. That's a moderate tempo. Fourth along the inside is Ethnic Soul, and last and widest is Hadassah's Devil, but the whole field is only separated by about 2.5 lengths with 3 furlongs to go. Forest Selection, a neck better than Mobilizer. Working out at 2 to 5 is in the 3 path, now gaining ground. Working out sticks ahead in front with just over a 1/4 mile to go. Hadassah's Devil is angling widest, nothing from Ethnic Soul. A half mile in 47-1, and at the top of the stretch, it is Working Out, now a length clear. Mobilizer is second down the outside. Here comes Hadassah's Devil and Pierre Mailhot. Hadassah's Devil finishing nicely down the outside. Working Out tries to hold, but Hadassah's Devil sticks ahead in front with a 1/16 of a mile to go. Hadassah's Devil and Pierre Mailhot are going to take the opener. Hadassah's Devil by 1.5. Working Out was second. Then Mobilizer in 1:12 and 3. Union Colonel and Pierre Mailhot first start in the Warner Barn. Last up is Diamondback and Brian Shane. We are all set. And they're off. Summer Retreat missed the start by about 2 lengths. Diamondback out well from the outside, and here comes Glitter Mountain to stick ahead in front. Union Colonel looking for position. Now Summer Retreat has recovered from that slow start, is within 1.5 of the lead. Artie My Boy is ranked near the back, and the early trailer is Brady O'Brady. 5/8 of a mile to go. It is Glitter Mountain a half length on top of Summer Retreat and Union Colonel. Artie My Boy has pulled his way into fourth, a length off the leader. Gap of 1 3/4 back to Diamondback. Steadying there is Summer Retreat. The trailer is still Brady O'Brady. The quarter was 22-4. The leader is now changed as Glitter Mountain backs out. Union Colonel and Artie My Boy are head and head now. Artie My Boy a length clear with 5/16 of a mile to go. Glitter Mountain tries to re-rally from third. Summer Retreat is fourth. Brady O'Brady angles off the rail, and Diamondback looks empty at the head of the lane. 46 flat for the half. It is Artie My Boy 2 lengths in control. Union Colonel needs to do better. Glitter Mountain tries to re-rally. Summer Retreat on the rail, but with less than 1/8 of a mile to go, Artie My Boy is getting stronger. He's up by 4. Down the outside, here comes Brady O'Brady, but he's not doing enough to get to Artie My Boy. Artie My Boy holds by 3. Brady O'Brady in for second, then Glitter Mountain and Summer Retreat in 1:11 and 3. Last up is Broadway Ruckus and Michael David. All set. And they're off. They've broken a good line. Timmins from the middle along the rail is first round, and between them, Breach of Trust is also showing speed. Dropping down to the inside is Ruby Road, and the early trailer is going to be Broadway Ruckus as they race into the clubhouse turn. It is first round, and Breach of Trust dueling on the lead. The Bug Riders are going at it, setting it up nicely for Timmins, who's 2.5 lengths back in third. Then it's a gap of 3.5 back to Ruby Road, and the trailer is still Broadway Ruckus. They race into the backstretch. The opening quarter was 23-3, and it is a speed duel up front. First round, dueling with the 3-5 favorite, Breach of Trust on the 2-path. Timmins is watching it all unfold from third, 2.5 lengths off the leaders. A gap of 7 back to Ruby Road, and still trailing is Broadway Ruckus. They go into the far turn. First round, still ahead, better than Breach of Trust. These two have been going at it from the offset. A half mile and 47 flat. Timmins has shortened their lead down to 1.5. Gap of 8 back to Ruby Road and Broadway Ruckus. The trailers have not made any impact. With a quarter of a mile left to go, Breach of Trust has gotten a length clear of first round, but now angling to the 3-path. Here comes Timmins. Timmins and Ishmael Mascara range right up to Breach of Trust. First round tries to do better along the rail, but with 1/8 of a mile to go, Timmins has swept to an easy lead. Timmins is 2 lengths clear over Breach of Trust. Ruby Road trying to get into the show spot, but as they come down to the wire, Timmins in start number 19 is going on to a comfortable victory. Breach of Trust was second, then Ruby Road in first round, 125-3. All set. And they're off. Radcliffe out well from the middle along the inside. Rayo, Colorado, and Big Bad Beast also emerging. Deep on the track, Crumlin Experience has his head in front as they race out of the chute and onto the backstretch. It's a duel, Radcliffe and Crumlin Experience. Rayo, Colorado stalks from third. Out wide is Paperback Hero. He's now into third. Big Bad Beast races between horses, and then it's a gap of 2 back to Super Brew, who trails past the 5-furlong pole. The quarter was 23-1. Radcliffe now a half length better than Crumlin Experience. Rayo, Colorado, Paperback Hero, and Big Bad Beast races a trio, 2 lengths better than Super Brew, and tailed off is Bocelli. 3 furlongs to go. Radcliffe has opened up 1.5. Here comes Paperback Hero gaining ground in the 3-path, passing Crumlin Experience. Rayo, Colorado along the inside. 1.5 back to Big Bad Beast, Super Brew, and Stillwell back to Bocelli. A quarter of a mile left to go. The half was 46-4. Paperback Hero has swept to the lead as they turn for home. Radcliffe asked for more by Go Bay, but not responding. Crumlin Experience tries to re-rally with Big Bad Beast. Paperback Hero is in front by 4 at the 8th pole. Paperback Hero is getting away from them. He's getting stronger as the race gets longer. It is Paperback Hero in a league of his own, coming down to the wire, well in front, winning by 6. Radcliffe held second, then Super Brew got up over Big Bad Beast, 117-4. And they're off. A clean start, Bellanina out a little slowly. Doodle Dandy going to drop back to last. It's a lot of them going for the early lead. Remember Old Times, Rain by Rain. Along the inside is There a Forest. Between horses, Pacenza and Eratique is right there. They are 5 across the track. These 5 have opened up 4.5 lengths on Born to be Good. Then Bellanina and Doodle Dandy is the trailer. It is a very contested pace. Remember Old Times and Is There a Forest? Duel past a quarter in 22 and 2. Pacenza is 3 deep, 5 wide. Rain by Rain in 4th, ahead better than Eratique. It's a gap of 4 back to Born to be Good, then Bellanina, and still well back to Doodle Dandy, who has about 12 lengths to make up on the leaders. 5/16 of a mile left to go. Remember Old Times has ahead in front of Pacenza. Is There a Forest third along the rail? Rain by Rain asks for a little more from 4th. The half is 46 flat. Eratique, and then we have Born to be Good at the top of the stretch. Pacenza has taken control from Remember Old Times. Rain by Rain is third down the far outside, but Pacenza is up by 2 at the 8th pole. It is Pacenza and Chris Husbands. Rain by Rain trying down the outside. Is There a Forest along their inside? But here is Pacenza up by 2 at the 70-yard pole. It is Pacenza and Chris Husbands. Rain by Rain was second. Then Is There a Forest and Born to be Good, 1, 12, and 4. And they're off. Torpedo Max missed the start. Alacritus out very well with Red Maple, and along the rail is Martin River. Deep on the track is Money Matters. These 4 stack up 3 lengths better than Letting Loose, and after the slow break, Torpedo Max is the trailer. 4 across the track as they race into the turn. Alacritus and Martin River, then a half length back to Martin River, or to Red Maple and Money Matters. A gap of 4 more back to Torpedo Max, who's passing Letting Loose past a quarter in 22 and 2. Red Maple is backed out of the speed duel. It's now Alacritus and Money Matters. Martin River along the rail. From the back, Torpedo Max and Letting Loose are both gaining momentum at the quarter pole. Top of the stretch, it's Money Matters and Alacritus head and head. Letting Loose is rallying down the outside. Money Matters has a head in front, but Alacritus is not giving an inch. Letting Loose is third, 45 and 2 for the half. Final 16th of a mile, it's Alacritus and Deshaun Bino going a little better than Money Matters, who's resilient, but down to the wire, it is Alacritus, a neck better than Money Matters. Letting Loose was third, well back to Torpedo Max in fourth, 57 and 3. Our Stormy Sophia and Chris Husbands. Last up will be My Song and Melody with Brian Shane. Maiden Allowance fillies and mares are all set. They're off. Tangerine Twist broke very nicely. Loki's Lightning from the outside, and here comes My Song and Melody deep on the track to stick those yellow blinkers in front. It is My Song and Melody a length clear. Loki's Lightning and Tangerine Twist as a pair. Between them is Black Taffy, and even wider on the track is Our Stormy Sophia. A gap of 2.5 back to Miss Schiller. To her inside is Brian of Tarth. Then we have Belle Femme, and the trailer is Wiccan Sense. The quarter was 22 and 2. They race into the turn. It is My Song and Melody, 25 to 1, opening up a 3-length lead. Black Taffy is a clear second at the quarter pole. In third is Tangerine Twist. To her outside, Loki's Lightning. Brian of Tarth tries to rally up the rail, but as they swing for home, it is My Song and Melody. She's opened up 3. Here comes Black Taffy and Leo Salas making up ground. Brian of Tarth into third with Tangerine Twist. Just under 1/8 of a mile to go. My Song and Melody trying to hold. Here comes Black Taffy. Brian of Tarth loaded with horse, but nowhere to go. Black Taffy takes the lead. Brian of Tarth off the rail. Black Taffy and Leo Salas. Photo for place between Miss Schiller, Brian of Tarth, and Tangerine Twist, 59-2. And they're off. Pennies from Above broke very well. She's a Stylish Cats from the far outside. Road Map and up the inside. Here comes One Last Fling to show some early speed. And Vermont Holiday surging between horses. They race past the half-mile pole, and it is Vermont Holiday now leading the way under Deshaun Bino. Second on the outside is Pennies from Above. Road Map is fourth, with One Last Fling a length better as they race into the sunset turn. She's a Stylish Cats is within 2 lengths of the lead, past a quarter in 22-3. Only Believe is fifth, passing Road Map. Then we have Same Time Next Year, well back to Lunatica. They reach the quarter pole. It is Vermont Holiday and Pennies from Above. Here comes She's a Stylish Cats in the 3-path. One Last Fling is going to need racing room. Down the stretch they come. It is Pennies from Above and Pierre Mailhot with She's a Stylish Cats and Ishmael Mascara coming down the outside. One Last Fling has room but no horse. Down to the wire. Final 16th of a mile. Pennies from Above is just getting stronger. Pennies from Above. Pierre Mailhot bookends the card. She's a Stylish Cats was second. Then we had One Last Fling, Same Time Next Year, and Road Map in for the jackpot high five, 59-1.
Erie with the owner of a Mercedes-Benz New York license plate KRF 5079. Your vehicle is blocking EMS access. Please move your vehicle immediately or it will be towed. Once again, that's a Mercedes-Benz New York license plate KRF 5079. Please move your vehicle immediately or it will be towed. You are blocking EMS access. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on this hazy Tuesday evening. I guess we've got some smoke blowing in from the Maritime's wildfires. It is currently 20 degrees Celsius or 69 degrees Fahrenheit. We have a bit of wind coming in from the north. The main track is fast and the turf is firm with the rail at 6 feet. Visit our website, forteerieracing.com, for info about everything going on the track, live video streaming, and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the day's track conditions, changes on the program, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Our upcoming race schedule: next week we have Monday and Tuesday racing. First post on both days will be 4:30. Be sure to come out on Father's Day, Sunday, June 18th, for a special 12 noon first post time. We're going to have a pair of stakes races, market vendors, and our special Father's Day brunch buffet in the Prince of Wales dining room. The Summer Concert Series is back this summer at Fort Erie Racetrack. Free concerts after racing at the Tiki Bar. Our next free concert is Tuesday, June 27th, featuring The Trip. Be sure to save the date. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. The Paddock Shack is open. Be sure to go down for all of your grilled food, burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, poutine, plus beer and soft drinks. The Paddock Shack is located right near the walking ring. Book your table for the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. Our team package costs only $13.25 per person, including tax, which is a savings of 16%. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10 p.m. Early Pick 4 wagering in Race 2 today. That pool is guaranteed at $7,500. Then in Race 4, we have the Late Pick 5, also guaranteed at $7,500. Jackpot High Five carryover is growing. Be the only winning ticket to collect the whole jackpot. That's in Race 8 today. Carryover is $6,600, $6,628. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage is permitted in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. Race 1, we have an overweight on number 1. Sneaky Rebel will be 1 pound over at 121. And number 5, Love My Cheryl, also 1 pound over, 119. In race 2, Stewart scratched the number 5, Mimi's Holiday. Race 3, overweight on number 5, King of Awesome, will be 1 pound over at 119 pounds. In race 4, number 4, Amen to That, will be 1 pound over at 119. Race 5, overweight on number 2, Tickle Her Toe, 1 pound over, will be 111. Number 3, Glitter Bay, 2 pounds over at 122. Vet Scratch the number 5, Fancy Soul. And Vet Scratch the number 6, Miss Brentwood. In race 6, overweights, number 2, Rockland Express will be 1 pound over at 119. Number 4, Jamaican Jimmy, 2 pounds over at 122. And number 6, 2-year contract, will be 1 pound over at 111. In race 7, overweight on the number 9, Equal Justice, will be 1 pound over at 121. Jackpot High 5 in race 8, a few overweights in here. Number 2, Determined Love, 2 pounds over at 122. Number 5, Easy Access, 2 pounds over at 122. 6, Forest B, 1 pound over at 121. And number 8, Sub-Zero Plus, 1 pound over, 121. So we are back for card number 3 here at Fort Erie Racetrack in the 2023 season. Wagering support has been very strong thus far in the meet, and we hope that continues. We want to thank everybody who's been playing with us. I'm getting over a bit of a sickness today if my voice doesn't sound as strong as we would like, but I'm sure we will all get through. Let's get into today's handicapping selections. Race 1 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to sprint 5 furlongs over the main track, field of 6. Picks here are 1, 3, and 2. Number 1, Sneaky Rebel, goes off the claim for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Shane Ellis into ride. This one was claimed for $7,500 at Woodbine on May the 12th. I thought this was the best horse in the race that day. She was very wide, was a little bit green down the stretch. The winner had a very great trip, was able to get up by a neck. Sneaky Rebel tries the dirt for the first time. Daughter of Signature Red could be live. Number 3, Can't Beat the Cats. This one romped in her maiden win on October 24th here at Fort Erie. Went south of the border for a winter campaign, was a little off form, but got into good form at Tampa Bay Downs in March and April. This one has some early speed, could be a threat to go wire to wire. And then number 2, Devil in Her Heart. This one loves a sloppy track. Unfortunately for her, the conditions are fast today, but could be able to round things out under Markley Buchanan. In race 2, it's a maiden claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Big scratch of the number 5, Mimi's Holiday. That was the morning line favorite. Selections here are 1, 7, and 2. 10-1 long shot. Number 1, Highest Power, going for Bev Chubb and Juan Crawford. Bev Chubb had a strong weekend at Woodbine. I believe she won 2 last Thursday. This one debuted at Fort Erie last October, had a decent little run to be 3rd. Beaten 11 lengths, but not too far beaten for 2nd, 4 lengths. This 5-year-old mare by Fuseichi Pegasus is still lightly raced. Likes the dirt a little bit, could pull an upset. Number 7, Papa's Silver, figures to be the favorite. This one was a distant 3rd on opening day, May 23rd, the first race of the season. She is a consistent check earner. 9 top 3 finishes and 17 career starts. Makes her 2nd start off the layoff. First start in the barn of trainer Joe Humber. Number 2, Closing Briefs, is a first-time starter for trainer Julie Mathis, a homebred for Bruno Chickadans. This one trained in Florida over the winter. Should be plenty fit for her debut. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to go 5 furlongs for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Competitive field of 8 here. My top pick is number 3, Gunzig Stinger. This one dropped in for $62.50 on opening day. Dueled on the lead and gave way to be third behind Can't Glide the Cats. Speed was not good on that day. Can't Glide by Cats was winter fit. So that's a pretty good effort by Gunzig Stinger. He gets some class relief here. Could go a wire to wire. Number 8, Santiago Salsa. This is a closing sprinter going for owner-trainer Howard Keene. Found himself a little too close to the pace than he likes to be in that same May 23rd race. Ended up 4th, 3/4 of a length behind Gunzig Stinger. If he settles a little further off the pace today, I could see him making a big late run. Then number 6, Sea by the Sea. This one had a 9-start campaign last year with a win and 3/3. Got very good towards the end of the year after moving to the barn of trainer Roy Agostino. Could be live off the layoff. Race 4 is a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. We're going to go about 5 furlongs over the turf course. Another full field of 8 here. Top pick is number 8, Bayesian Bullet. This one made his Fort Erie debut in the Sprint into Summer Cup on opening day. Blasted to the lead and got a little tired in the stretch. Now gets on the turf for the first time, son of Speightstown. Could lead all the way under Melanie Pinto. Number 5, Core. This one also ran in the Sprint into Summer Cup. Tracked the pace, made the lead in the stretch, but was unable to hold off one more ring. Core has raced on turf before. The record does not look very good, but those were tougher races at Woodbine back in his younger days. He's a very consistent check earner. Should be live under Pierre Mailhot. And number 2, Very Debonair. This is another first-time starter for the combo of Julie Mathis and Bruno Schickadans. This one also trained at Tampa Bay Downs over the winter, so should be plenty of fit. Brian Shane rides. Signature Reds are known for being able to fire first time out. Race 5 is an allowance race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to go 6 furlongs on the main track. 2 big scratches here, number 5, Fancy Soul, and morning line favorite number 6, Miss Brentwood. And that changes the complexion of the race greatly because Miss Brentwood was going to be a speed factor here. Top pick is number 3, Glitter Bay. This one broke her maiden in a dirt sprint at Tampa Bay Downs, or sorry, not broke her maiden, won an 8,000 nom-winners of 2 in a dirt sprint at Tampa Bay Downs, going 7 furlongs. That was back in January. Later went on to be beaten a half length in a 12.5 nom-winners of 3 at 7 furlongs at Tampa Bay Downs. So dirt sprinting, very good thing for Glitter Bay. Had decent form in tougher turf races as well. Looks like the class of the field here. Number 2, Tickle Her Toe, goes for Lou Cappy with 10-pound apprentice Rachel Slavinsky riding. This one could be a speed factor now that Miss Brentwood is out. There's not much pace left here, so Tickle Her Toe could blast to the lead, and if she gets a breather, could go a long ways. This one has made 3 starts up at Woodbine, so is plenty fit. And then number 1, Let's Run 2. We talked about Sneaky Rebel earlier in the card. Well, Let's Run 2 had that perfect trip to beat Sneaky Rebel on May 12th. This one goes off the claim for Tony Adamo and Bermuda Blue Farms. Mark Lee Buchanan rides, gets on the dirt for the first time. Race 6, allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to sprint 5 furlongs over the main track. Field of 7 here. Top pick is number 7, Would Be Wild. This one kicked off his season on May 14th at Woodbine in a 25,000 non-winners of 2. Dueled on the lead, got a little tired, finished 5th, but was only beaten a length for everything. So that's a very good start to the season. Would Be Wild tries the dirt for the first time here. If he gets clear from the outside under Mark Lee Buchanan, he could take some catching. Number 6, 2-year contract. This one claimed for $7,500 for Lou Cappy and owner Christina Ramjatin. Rachel Slavinsky gets the ride here, so we get 10 pounds off. Even though he's going from claimers to allowance races, racing at lower levels than Jamaican Jimmy and Would Be Wild, the speed figures here are competitive. Has some early speed. Going to be a matter of whether or not he takes to the dirt. And if you're looking for a proven dirt horse, number 4, Jamaican Jimmy. This one raced exclusively at Fort Erie last year. Kicked off the meet in very good form. Won second time out, wire to wire. His only bad race was his last one where he was put on Lasix. He dueled on the lead and got tired that day, goes off of Lasix for his 4-year-old debut. Race 7, claiming race, 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We are going to go 5 furlongs on the turf for $6,250 down to $6,000. This is a pretty nice group of horses. Field of 9 set to go here. I'm going with the number 1, Ready to March. This one made his Fort Erie debut on opening day, May 23rd, on the dirt for $8,000. Dueled on the lead and was outkicked by Big Time Louie, who was a very tough horse here at Fort Erie. Shaku Maku was the one he dueled with, and that's a very fast horse. This one could be tough. He's raced once on the turf before. It wasn't great, but it was in a graded stake as a 2-year-old, the Futurity Stakes at Belmont Park. So I think we can forgive this one for not hitting the board in that race. If he gets loose on the lead from the rail, Ready to March is going to be tough to run down. Number 6, Ace Destroyer. This is a nice 7-year-old gelding. 10 lifetime wins in 38 starts, plus 10 seconds or third. So 20 top 3 finishes in 38 starts. You can't ask for much more consistency than this. His only bad races last year were on the synthetic at Woodbine. Even the ones here that weren't great, there were some excuses. He's got a win over the turf at Belterra Park in his younger days. Ace Destroyer could be live for Josh Robillard and Kirk Johnson. Then number 3, Executive Sight. This is a 5 furlong specialist. He was a solid Woodbine horse for a lot of years. Didn't seem to take to the dirt well at Tampa Bay or Mahoning Valley Racecourse. A lot of shipping back and forth between Ontario and then Florida and then Ohio, so we have some reasons to forgive him. He's been freshened up a little bit. This 9-year-old would not be a surprise. Final race of the day, race 8, is an allowance optional claiming race for fillies and mares which have not won a race other than or going for a claiming price of $12,500. Field of 8 going to sprint 5 furlongs here. This is a nice little group of horses. My top pick is number 7, Jara. This one likes the Fort Erie dirt. She had 2 wins here last year and some pretty nice starter allowance races. Raced at Tampa Bay Downs in an allowance race on the turf and did not run badly when 4th by 8 lengths. Was only beaten 1 length for 2nd. Then went up to Woodbine, tried the Tapeta there in a starter optional claimer. Did not have a great trip, ran on nicely, galloped out strongly. That winner, Cefalo, came back and won a week later. Hit and run, dropped in class and was a winner. So that was a productive race. Jara, the gray mare, looks good to me. Number 4, Gimbala, gets the services of apprentice Amanda Vandermeer. She's been doing very well up at Woodbine. This is the champion filly and mare sprinter of 2022 here at Fort Erie Racetrack. She is a killer. 4 wins last year in 9 starts. The last race, she was second by a length behind Cefalo, who we just talked about. She's won 2 at Woodbine this year. Very nice mare. Gimbala, always a dangerous one. And then number 6, Forest B, gets on the turf for the first, or on the dirt for the first time, I should say, for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Kicked off her meet in a starter allowance optional claimer at Woodbine, facing some tough horses against the boys. She dueled on the lead and got tired. Honey Won't has since won for $15,000. Master Spy came out of that race to win. Forest B gets some class relief here in her dirt debut. So that's a look at our card today. 8 races on tap, 13 minutes to post. Best of luck with all of your wagers.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the hpibet.com website. Sign in to your HPI Bet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Field for today's first races making their way on track. Race 1 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 5 furlongs over the main track. Race 1 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. Leading the parade is number 1, Sneaky Rebel. Shane Ellis has the call for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Number 2 is Devil in Her Heart. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Mary Lynn Augustino. 3 is Can't Beat the Cats. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 4 is Too Sweet for Me. Brian Shane rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Andrew Stronach. 5 is Love My Cheryl. Chris Husbands has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Rounding out the field, Dale Powell bookends. Number 6, Makes Sense to Me. The rider is Jodine Anderson. 6 minutes to post for the opener. Early pick 5 wagering starts here. Three minutes to post. Two minutes to post for the opener. 2 minutes to get your early pick 5 wagers in. Starting gate taking position at the 5 furlong marker. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Field for race 1 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time, 8 to 5 on number 1, Sneaky Rebel. Close second choice at 2 to 1 is number 3, Can't Beat the Cats. Sneaky Rebel goes in under Shane Ellis, down to 3 to 2. Post 2 for Devil in Her Heart with Mark Lee Buchanan. Devil in Her Heart going in. Can't Beat the Cats, Melanie Pinto in the colors of Bruno Schickedans. Post 4 for Too Sweet for Me and Brian Shane. Love My Cheryl and Chris Husbands. Last up is Makes Sense to Me with Jodine Anderson. We're all set. And they're off. Clean start. Can't Beat the Cats out fastest, blasting to the early lead under Melanie Pinto. Second along the inside is Sneaky Rebel. Coming up between horses is Too Sweet for Me. Deep on the track and fourth is Love My Cheryl. Devil in Her Heart racing in fifth. 1.5 lengths better than Makes Sense to Me, who trails the field as they race into the turn. Rushing up the rail, Sneaky Rebel duels with Can't Beat the Cats. The two favorites are head and head past the 3/8 pole. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter. Too Sweet for Me is stalking from third. Out wide and fourth is Love My Cheryl. Devil in Her Heart is fifth along the rail, and still at the back is Makes Sense to Me. Top of the stretch, it is Can't Beat the Cats. Sneaky Rebel swings to the outside. Still third is Too Sweet for Me, but Can't Beat the Cats has opened up 3. Can't Beat the Cats on top at the 8th pole. Sneaky Rebel just trying to hold second, but look at this. She's the Cats, and nobody beats her. Can't Beat the Cats is romping in the opener. She's up by 8 at the 70-yard pole. Can't Beat the Cats and Melanie Pinto. Sneaky Rebel held second over Makes Sense to Me, and then Too Sweet for Me, 58 flat. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 3, Can't Beat the Cats. Second is number 1, Sneaky Rebel. Third, number 6, Makes Sense to Me. And fourth, number 4, Too Sweet for Me. Unofficial race 1 order is 3-1-6-4. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial Race 1 winner, number 3, Can't Beat the Cats. Can't Beat the Cats is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Cat's My Song out of Bet You I Win. A homebred in Florida for owner Bruno Chickadans, Can't Beat the Cats was ridden to victory today by Melanie Pinto for trainer Julie Mathis. Returning from Tampa Bay Downs, Can't Beat the Cats wins the opener in style, completing the 5 furlongs in 58 flat. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. It's official. Race 1 prices are up. The winner, Can't Beat the Cats, 460, 240, and 210. Sneaky Rebel in for second, 250 and 210. And number 6, Makes Sense to Me, 360 to show. $2 exacta, 3-1, $10.40. The $1 try, 3-1-6, $16.50. $1 super, 3-1-6-4, $58.65. Race 2 kicks off the $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4. We have 20 minutes to post. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. Our team package is only $13.25 per person, including tax. That's a savings of 16%. The track pack includes a food item, a drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Race 2 coming up in 18 minutes. Only change is a scratch. Stewart scratch the number 5, Mimi's Holiday.
Race 2 is coming up next. It's the start of the early pick 4, and we do have a couple of horses already that were saddled out here in the walking ring, a couple other underneath in the paddock area that'll be joining us momentarily. Now, there was a key scratch in here of the number 5, Mimi's Holiday, which brings us down to a field of 6, and I think this becomes a very wide open race. When you look at the group and you go towards the outside, you see the number 7, Papa Silver, who's 9 for 10 in the money locally here, but obviously, this one's had her fair share of chances. She's a 5-year-old mare. She's 0 for 17. You wonder if the job is going to get done today and start number 18. And with the scratch of Mimi's Holiday, I kind of had to shuffle my picks around and ended up going with the first-time starter in the field, the number 2, Closing Briefs. This one out of the Julie Mathis barn. Now, I know the barn's just 0 for 6 with firsters in the past year. If you look at the works at Tampa, there was a good work down there, and then more recently picked it up here out of the gate. And just knowing that a lot of these horses had had their share of chances, why not go with the horse that lacks race day experience? Now, I got a good look at this filly. Thought she looked good. She wasn't necessarily a big filly, but she was put together quite nicely. And I like that Deshaun Bonneau has the call in here. Now, he's only had a limited number of mounts here at Fort Erie, but he's looked very good in the saddle. He's 2 for 3 in terms of wins. And just the other day at Woodbine, he brought home a $60 winner in a maiden special weight event. So one to watch going forward. So I go with the firster in here. I understand, though, the respect for the number 7, Papa Silver. I just thought the price was going to be short, and she's had her fair share of chances. Also, last out was one of her poorest efforts in terms of her buyer speed figure. It came back in 18. You look at some of her starts here last year. She had popped some high 40s, high 50s. She certainly could step up, second off that long layoff, and just making her first start for the new connections. And as I've said before, she is quite consistent, but I just thought maybe go with someone else in here. And then from there, ended up with the scratch of the 5, Mimi's Holiday. Had to pick another horse for third, and I went to the number 4 only at midnight. This one out of the Luke Happy barn. Hasn't shown much in those 3 starts so far, but obviously is taking a drop in class. Those races were as a 2-year-old. You wonder if she could improve now as a 3-year-old and just getting a surface change. She's yet to race on the dirt. You look at her dirt workouts. I thought her most recent was respectable. It was the 4th fastest of 38 workers at that 4 furlong distance, 48 and 4, and just maybe new barn, a new change of scenery, and that class drop can get her kind of on track, and I think we will see an improved performance from her today. So interesting to see this race. It's a field of 6, and a lot of cases maybe to be made or to bet against, but for me, go with the first-time starter, and then the 7, and then finally the number 4. Best of luck here.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a maiden claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Scratch the 5, Mimi's Holiday. Race 2 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $7,500. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Highest Power. Juan Crawford rides for owner-trainer Beverly Chubb. Number 2 is Closing Briefs. Deshaun Bino has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. 3 is Ms. Gemma. Isabel Wentz rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 4 is Only at Midnight. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Lou Cappy and owner Victoria Rodhay. Scratch the 5. Jeannie Ryan owns and trains the number 6 Flat Out Angel. The rider is Pierre Mailhot. And completing the field, number 7 is Papa's Silver. Lenny Seacharan rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. Race 2 starts the $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4. We have 2 minutes to post. Starting gate about to take position at the 6 furlong marker. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. Not much time left to get in for the early pick 4. That pool guaranteed at $7,500. Field for race 2 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 6 to 5 on number 7, Papa's Silver, trying to break the maiden in attempt number 18. First to load is going to be Highest Power and Juan Crawford. Highest Power goes in. Next up, Closing Briefs, first-time starter, looking to give Julie Mathis and Bruno Schickedans both ends of the early double. The Gray Filly, Ms. Gemma, Isabel Wentz aboard, gate 3. Post 4 for Only at Midnight with Kirk Johnson. Flat Out Angel and Pierre Mailhot. Last up will be the favorite, Papa's Silver with Lenny Cicheran. All set. And they're off. Ms. Gemma broke sharply from the outside. Here comes Papa's Silver, and along the rail, Highest Power. Now rushing up, splitting horses is Only at Midnight and Kirk Johnson. Only at Midnight clears to set the early pace past the 5/8 pole. It is Only at Midnight on top by 4, almost running off on the lead. Second along the inside is Highest Power. Deep on the track is Papa's Silver, and between them is Ms. Gemma. Then it's a gap of about 5 more back to Closing Briefs, and the trailer is Flat Out Angel. The opening quarter was a quick 22-2. It is Only at Midnight freewheeling on the lead. Papa's Silver is into second, passing Highest Power. Then along in fourth is Ms. Gemma. The field is well spread out. It's another 2 back to Closing Briefs and 2 more back to Flat Out Angel. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Only at Midnight is stopped to a crawl, and Papa's Silver takes control at the quarter pole. A half mile and 46 and 4. It is Papa's Silver and Lenny Cicheran in command at the head of the lane. Only at Midnight is crawling. Here comes Closing Briefs trying to race into second. Wider on the track is Ms. Gemma within the final furlong. Papa's Silver looks to get it done in attempt number 18. She looks well home and cooled out. It is Papa's Silver on top. The race is for place. Papa's Silver going on to win. Closing Briefs hold second over Flat Out Angel. Fourth was Ms. Gemma, 1:14 and 1. Unofficial winner in race number 2 is number 7, Papa's Silver. There's a photo for place. Hold all tickets until the results have been posted. In the place photo, it was number 2, Closing Briefs, over number 6, Flat Out Angel. Fourth was number 3, Ms. Gemma. So your unofficial race 2 order, 7-2-6-3. And now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial race 2 winner, number 7, Papa's Silver. Papa's Silver is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Silver Max out of Old Cooksville. Bred here in Ontario by Canny Ing, Papa's Silver was ridden to victory today by Lenny Seacheran for trainer Joe Humber. That's first win at the meet for both Seacheran and Humber. Owned by Robert Elkins, Papa's Silver wins first off the claim in start number 18, completing the 6 furlongs in 1:14 and 1. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. Race 2 is official. Papa's Silver delivers as the 9-5 favorite, $5.70, $3, and $2.20. Number 2, Closing Briefs, $4 and $3.40. And number 6, Flat Out Angel, $2.80. The $2 Exacta, $7.2, $25.20. $1 Try, $7.26, $34.10. $1 Super, $7.263, $78.85. And the early double, $2, $3.7, $13.40. On screen now, the place photo for race number 2. Closing Briefs ahead better than Flat Out Angel. Race 2 place photo on screen now. We add Mondays to the schedule next week. We have racing Monday and Tuesday next week. First post on both days will be 4:30, and we hope to see you all out. Just one overweight in race number 3. Number 5, King of Awesome, will be 1 pound over at 119 pounds. Race 3 coming your way in 17 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll turn your programs forward to race 6, we have a corrected overweight being announced here. In race 6, number 2, Rockland Express will be 2 pounds over at 120. Once again, race 6, number 2, Rockland Express will be 2 pounds overweight.
Race 3 is up next. We'll have horses out here in the paddock momentarily in the walking ring. This is a $5,000 claiming event for non-winners of 2 lifetime. And looking at this field of colts and gelding, we do have a post of 8 going to the post here, 5 furlongs on the main track. And looking at this group, a couple horses stood out as they got saddled. My top pick ends up being the number 3, Gunzing Stinger. And I have to say, he looked good here 2 weeks ago at the Ford. I do think he actually looks a little bit more fit and better today. This is a horse who, when you look at his races here last year and the year before, he was always pretty much protected in those races at that allowance level, non-winners of 2 life. They did have him in here on May 23rd, where he was part of that pace scenario, finished 3rd, beaten by 3.5. He was in for the tag. He drops a little bit today, in for 5,000. I just thought it was a good starting point for his 6-year-old season. And I know he's been winless in a couple of years, but he's a very consistent type. And his groom here, Reg Johnston, did a really great job. This horse looks beautifully turned out. Now, a couple other horses here to mention. The number 6, Sea by the Sea. This one out of the Roy Augustino barn. And look at some of those races last year, a little bit of a muddied form, a little spotty, has some good races, has some poor performances, but was able to graduate at the maiden $4,000 level back on the slop on September 5th. Now, in his following starts, he did have some good performances, especially those last 2 to round out the 2022 season. He finished 3rd in both of those. I do realize that Thy Kingdom, who will face again, hasn't finished in front of him, but I think the Roy Augustino barn, one to watch, and they do quite well off this longer layoff of 6 months or more. The past year, 21% of the time they find themselves in the winner's circle. And then finally, rounding out my selections is the number 8, Santiago Salsa. This one out of the Howard Keene barn. Now, just talking about the season last year for this one, if you watch that maiden scoring performance, this horse was extremely impressive. Probably the craziest race we saw here in 2022. He spotted the field, a sizable advantage, and then circled the field late to win. And the way he won, the expression, it was just very impressive. He was odds of 45 to 1 in that race. I know his final 2 performances of 2022, they weren't great, but to see him here on May 23rd in that same race as Gunzing Singer, I thought it was a good starting point for him. He was actually closer to the pace than he had been in the past. He did tire a little late, though, to finish 4th, so he's another one that could improve. But looking at this field of 8, it is really wide open, a couple directions to go in. But for me, just based on what we've seen so far in 2023, I landed on the number 3, Gunzing Stinger. Good luck here in race number 3.
Field for today's 3rd race is making their way on track. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 5 furlongs for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Full field of 8 here, no scratches. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Big Brown Brewski. Melanie Pinto has the call for trainer Mike Blake and owner Annette Blake. Number 2 is Thy Kingdom. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 3 is John Grinstein's Gunzig Stinger. Leo Salas rides for trainer Claudia Rabstein. 4 is Joe Crome. Deshaun Bino rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. 5 is King of Awesome. Chris Husbands in the saddle for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. 6 is Sea by the Sea. Mark Lee Buchanan pilots for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Cyril Samek. We'll come back to the 7. Number 8 is Santiago Salsa. Brandon Boulanger rides for owner-trainer Howard Keene. Three minutes to post for race 3. Number 7, Lil Green Machine, is back in the paddock. Race 3 coming up in 3 minutes. Starting gate has taken position. 1 minute to post for race 3. Field for race 3, heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time, 4 to 5 on the class dropping. Gunzig Stinger, number 3. Field of 8 set to go here. 6 of the 8 are below double-digit odds. First to go up is Big Brown Brewski. Melanie Pinto already with a win on the card. Thy Kingdom, the first of 2 Six Brothers Stables runners. Kirk Johnson aboard. Gunzig Stinger and Leo Salas at 4 to 5. Joe Chrome with apprentice Deshaun Bino. Gate 4. King of Awesome. Chris Husband's also wearing the Six Brothers Stables colors. Sea by the Sea and Mark Lee Buchanan. Lil Green Machine with Larry Munoz. And Santiago Salsa with Brandon Boulanger complete the field. We are all set. They're off. Lil Green Machine broke very sharply. Here comes Gunzig Stinger, and splitting them is Joe Chrome. Taking back to 4th is Sea by the Sea. Santiago Salsa is racing out wide in 5th, about 3 lengths off the lead. In 6th along the inside is Thy Kingdom, following the stablemate, King of Awesome. And at the back is Big Brown Brewski as they race into the turn. It is Gunzig Stinger at 3 to 5, now 2.5 lengths on top. Second on the outside is Lil Green Machine, past a quarter and 23 flat. Along the rail is Sea by the Sea. Racing out wide, gaining ground is Santiago Salsa. They're swarming in on Gunzig Stinger at the quarter pole. It is Gunzig Stinger on top. Joe Chrome is in tight between horses as Sea by the Sea angles off the rail. Deep on the track is Lil Green Machine, and wider still is Santiago Salsa. With an 1/8 of a mile to go, it is still Gunzig Stinger on top. 47 flat for the half. He's opened up 2.5 lengths with a 1/16 of a mile to go. It is Gunzig Stinger going to go wire to wire over a flying Big Brown Brewski. Big Brown Brewski made it close but didn't quite get up. Sea by the Sea was 3rd and Lil Green Machine was 4th in 59 and 3. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 3, Gunzig Stinger. Second was number 1, Big Brown Brewski. A photo for show. Hold all tickets until the results of the photo have been posted. In the show photo, it was number 6, Sea by the Sea, over number 7, Lil Green Machine. So your unofficial race 3 order is 3-1-6-7. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial race 3 winner, number 3, Gunzig Stinger. Gunzig Stinger is a 6-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Signature Red out of Wicked Romance. A homebred in Ontario for John Grinsteins, Gunzig Stinger was ridden to victory today by Leo Salas for trainer Claudia Rabstein. That is win number 2 in 16 starts for Gunzig Stinger. He went wire to wire, completing the 5 furlongs in 59 and 3. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. And it's official. It wasn't stylish, but he was effective. Gunzig Stinger at 3 to 5, 350, 220, and 220. Big Brown Brewski came flying for place, 580 and 510, and C by the Sea, 670 to show. $2 exacta, 3-1, $15.30. The $1 try, 316, $73.05. $1 super, 3167, $270.45. $2 double, 7-3, $8.70. And the $1 pick 3, $14.05. We're on the turf for race 4, start of the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5. On screen now is the show photo for race 3. Number 6, Sea by the Sea, has the nose down over Lil Green Machine. Race 3 show photo is on screen now. We had a couple of claims out of race number 3. Number 2, Thy Kingdom, was claimed by owner Boomerang Stable for trainer Lutha Shirley. And number 7, Lil Green Machine, goes to owner trainer Ronald Davies. Just one overweight for race number 4. Number 4, Amen to That, will be 1 pound over at 119 pounds. $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5 wagering coming up in the 4th in 20 minutes. And we want to wish a very happy birthday to Drew Greening, who's celebrating with us here today. Happy birthday, Drew, from all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 4 is up next. It's an interesting maiden special weight event scheduled for 5 furlongs here, about 5 furlongs on the turf course. It's a nice field of 8, and it's an interesting way to kick off this late pick 5 because when you look at the field top to bottom, you don't see a lot of turf races. In fact, out of the 8 runners, only one horse has turf experience, and that's the number 5 Core. We have a couple first-time starters or horses that at least just have that, maybe one start under their belt. So it makes this kind of a wide open event, and I ended up on the horse when I looked at this field towards the outside, the number 8, Bayesian Bullet. This is a horse who, when you look on debut, didn't show too much, but that was back in May of 2022. When you look at that most recent performance here with Melanie Pinto aboard, that was in the Sprint into Summer Cup, that maiden stakes race, and this horse was forwardly placed. Melanie set this one from the gate and just tired in those late stages. It was her first start in over a year, his first start, I should say, excuse me, and just, first start as a 3-year-old. So I think there's room to improve, and just thinking about the surface change here, I think the surface change is intriguing. Knowing how Melanie rides, she's a very, very capable rider, does a great job here at Fort Erie, and she's ridden some really, impressive races here on the turf course. I think she could get the trip. She's got the outside draw in here, and also the removal of blinkers, and I think this horse may be able to get towards the front and relax a bit more with the hood removed. So interesting here. I ended up on the 8. I mentioned only one horse with turf experience. That's the number 5, Core, and Core has had his fair share of chances to graduate. He is 0 for 26, but he's been in the money a total of 12 times. And look at his most recent performance. For him, it was a very big number. It was one of his better races so far in his career. He finished second into that same race at the 8 exits, that Sprint into Summer Cup back here on May 23rd, and just surrendered. It looked like he was home free, but it was the Kevin Buttigieg trainee who was able to get to the outside and really close late to kind of take his almost maiden score away. And you look at Corey, he is 0 for 3 on the turf. It's been a considerable amount of time since he's been on the grass, and you can't knock his most recent race. I mean, a 56 Beyer speed figure would certainly be enough to, beat his competition in here today. And then from here, looking at some others, I did look to the number first-time starter in here, the number 6, Tip of Frost, and just looking at the Desmond Maynard barn, been off to a really good start here at the 2023 meet. And then I looked at the pedigree here, looking at the bottom side, the Merit Lady Sarah. So why mare, who when you look at her races, she was 3 for 11 in terms of wins on the turf, 7 for 11 in the money. And then looking at this one's kind of siblings here and looking at some of the other siblings, older sibling here by the name of Dirksky, this one out of the Martin Drexler barn, is 3 for 8 in terms of wins on the turf and 50% in the money. So I just see a little bit of turf pedigree here. It's a first-time starter, so obviously lacks that race day experience, but I have to say this is a pretty big horse that we're seeing here. He's really filled out nicely. He's been behaving pretty well since getting out here. He was a little fresh on the track, but I just thought in a field here, why not look to a first-time starter underneath for a barn that's been very hot to get things started here for the 2023 season. But for me, the 8 ends up being the top pick. Then I land on the 5 Core and then round it out with the firster here, one of the firsters, the number 6. Best of luck here, and don't forget, this is the start of the late pick 5.
Field for today's 4th race is making their way on track. Race 4 is a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. We're going to sprint about 5 furlongs over the turf course. No scratches. Field of 8 coming up here. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and starts the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5, also a 20-cent wager. Take note that number 1, Grade Deception, wears a bar shoe. First to parade is number 1, Grade Deception. Omar Marino rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. Away from parade, number 2 is Very Debonair. Brian Shane in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is Autumn So Flashy. Brandon Boulanger pilots for owner-trainer Angel Carter. 4 is Amen to That. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Joe Humber, who owns in partnership with Brian Hayho. Number 5 is Core. Pierre Mailhot in the saddle for trainer Robert Warner, who owns with Nancy Warner. Desmond Maynard, owner-trainer of number 6, Tippa Frost. The rider is Lenny Seacharan. Number 7 is Which Is Not. Mark Lee Buchanan has the call for owner-trainer Michael Bennett. And completing the field is number 8, Bayesian Bullet. Melanie Pinto rides for trainers Sue Andrushko and owners V and L Squires. We're on the turf for race number 4. Late pick 5 wagering kicks off here. 4 minutes to post. Field for race 4 is crossing onto the turf course before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. Late pick 5 wagering starts here. Field for race 4 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. We have co-favorites at 9-5 at the moment. Number 5, Core, and number 8, Bayesian Bullet. Core is now down to 8-5, slight favoritism. Gray Deception with the bar shoe on. Omar Marino aboard. They will be the first to go up. A little reluctant to go in. Gray Deception, one of 3 grays in this race. Gray Deception goes in. Next up is Very Debonair, one of 2 first-time starters here. Brian Shane aboard. Gate 3 for Autumn So Flashy and Brandon Boulanger. Amen to that, and Chris Husbands. Bet down to 8-5 is Core with Pierre Mailhot, gate 5. Tip of Frost, another first-time starter here with Lenny Ciceran. Which is Not with Mark Lee Buchanan. Last up will be the co-favorite, Bayesian Bullet and Melanie Pinto. Bayesian Bullet now 3-2. We are all set. Looks like Amen to that acting up in the gate. Rider of Tip of Frost, Lenny Ciceran, is off behind the starting gate. Amen to that still acting up in the gate. Now rider Chris Husbands is off of Amen to that. Brandon Boulanger climbs off of Autumn So Flashy. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch here in today's fourth race. Stewart scratched the 4, amen to that. Scratched at the gate. So once again, that's a late scratch of number 4, amen to that. Correction, that is a vet scratch on number 4, amen to that. Riders and horses have been backed out of the starting gate. There will be a slight delay here. Vet scratch to number 4, amen to that. All win, play, show, exactor, triactor, superfecta wagers with amen to that will be refunded. If you are live in any multi-race wagers, double, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, to amen to that, you will inherit the post-time favorite, which will be either 5 core or 8 Bayesian bullet. So once again, that is a late vet scratch of number 4. Amen to that. Slight delay before the start of race 4. And ladies and gentlemen, we have another late scratch to announce here in race 4. Late vet scratch of the number 5 core. Take out the 5. Any win, play, show, exact or try, superfecta wagers on to core will be refunded. If you were live to core in any multi-race wagers, double, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, you will inherit the post-time favorite, who is now most likely to be number 8, Bayesian Bullet. So once again, that's a late scratch of the 5. We are down to 6 horses in race 4. Slight delay before we begin reloading. You have a minute or two to adjust any of your wagers for today's 4th race. Once again, this is the start of the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5. And the riders are climbing back aboard for race number 4, so we will be loading shortly. Down to 1-5 after the late scratch of core is number 8, Bayesian Bullet. He's going to be an overwhelming favorite. And we begin to reload. Great Deception will be the first one back in. Omar Marino aboard. Very Debonair and Brian Shane. Very Debonair goes in. Autumn So Flashy tries to turf for the first time here. Ran a good third in the sprint into Summer Cup on opening day. Tippa Frost and Lenny Cicheran. Which is not, with Mark Lee Buchanan making his first start since July of 2021. Acting up a bit, which is not. Which is not loads without the rider. Mark Lee Buchanan to climb back aboard. And the last in will be Bayesian Bullet and Melanie Pinto. We are finally all set. They're off. Which is not and Very Debonair out a little slowly, showing speed from the inside is Autumn So Flashy with Tippa Frost right to her, his outside. Deep on the track is Bayesian Bullet, now emerging after a slow start is Very Debonair. The top 4 are within 2 lengths of each other. It's 1.5 back to Great Deception, and the trailer 3 lengths back is Which is Not. They race into the turn. It's 3 across the track. Autumn So Flashy, the inside. Bayesian Bullet 3 deep, and now checking between them is Tippa Frost, past a quarter in 23 and 2. Along the rail in 4th is Very Debonair, 2.5 lengths better than Great Deception, and angling wide is Which is Not. At the quarter pole, it is Bayesian Bullet at 1-2, overtaking Autumn So Flashy. Along the inside, Very Debonair tries to rally from last. Here comes Great Deception, but Bayesian Bullet has opened up 4 at the 8th pole. It is Bayesian Bullet well in command. Autumn So Flashy tries to hold second over Very Debonair, but it's going to be Bayesian Bullet winning from here to Bridgetown. Bayesian Bullet gives a double to Melanie Pinto. Autumn So Flashy going to hold second over Very Debonair, and then Which is Not, 59 and 3. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 8, Bayesian Bullet. Second was 3, Autumn So Flashy. Third was number 2, Very Debonair. And fourth, number 7, Which is Not. Unofficial race 4 order is 8-3-2-7. Hold all tickets. We have a steward's inquiry into the running of race number 4. We're looking into action going into the turn involving number 3, Autumn So Flashy, and number 6, Tip of Frost. Once again, that is a steward's inquiry into the running of race 4 involving racing action heading into the far turn. This does affect the runner-up, number 3, Autumn So Flashy. So hold all tickets until the inquiry has concluded. And now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial race 4 winner, number 8, Bayesian Bullet. Bayesian Bullet is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Speitster out of Praying Mantis. Bred in Maryland by Amy H. Daney Bloodstock, Bayesian Bullet was ridden to victory today by Melanie Pinto. That's a double on today's card for Pinto. Trained by Sue Andrushko for owners V Squires and L Squires. Bayesian Bullet takes to the turf, winning in start number 3, completing the about 5 furlong distance in 59-3. Race 4 is still unofficial. Inquiry is still in progress. Hold all tickets in race number 4. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification in race number 4. The runner-up, number 3, Autumn So Flashy, has been disqualified and placed 6th for causing interference to number 6, Tip of Frost, in the run into the turn. So once again, number 3, Autumn So Flashy, finished 2nd, has been disqualified to 6th for causing interference with the number 6, Tip of Frost. Your new race 4 order will be 8-2-7-1 after the disqualification of number 3, Autumn's So Flashy. So we are going official momentarily in race 4. It is official. We are just having a graphical error. The official order of finish in race number 4 is 8271. Prices will be up for race 4 shortly. Once again, the official order of finish in race number 4 is 8271. And race 4 is now official. The prices are up. We apologize for the delay getting the race 4 prices up, but here they are. The winner, Bayesian Bullet, 1 to 2 chalk, $3, $2.30 and $2.10. 2 Very Debonair, $5.10 and $3.70, and number 7 Which Is Not, $5.90 to show. $2 Exacta, 8-2, $11.90. $1 Try, 827, $41.65. $1 Super, 8271, $111.85. The $2 Double, 3-8, $4.40. The consolation doubles with the late scratched 4 and 5 both pay $2.80. And the $1 Pick 3, $6.75. Race 5 starts the late pick 4. We have 17 minutes to post. And we want to wish a very happy birthday to Tara, who's celebrating here with us today. Happy birthday, Tara, from all of your friends and family at Fort Erie Racetrack. Be sure to come out to the races on Father's Day. We have a special Sunday card on June the 18th. First post will be 12:05. We're going to have market vendors, a pair of stakes races, and our special Father's Day brunch buffet in the Prince of Wales dining room. I believe the reservations are sold out. Father's Day at the races, Sunday, June 18th. Quite a few changes in race 5, and there's a couple of big ones. A couple of overweights first. Number 2, Tickle Her Toe, 1 pound over at 111. Another overweight, number 3, Glitter Bay, is 2 pounds over at 122. And we have a pair of scratches. Vet scratch to number 5, Fancy Soul. And vet scratch to number 6, Miss Brentwood. 16 minutes to post for the late pick 4.
Race 5 is coming up next. It's an allowance event for non-winners of 3 lifetime, set to go 6 furlongs here on the main track, and this is for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Now, there were 2 huge scratches in here. The number 5, Fancy Soul, we'll wait to see her another day, as well as the number 6, Miss Brentwood. So this does bring this down to a field of 5, and I think the race really is between 2 horses, that being the 1, Let's Run 2, and the 3, Glitter Bay. And I ended up going with the number 3, Glitter Bay, who, regardless if the 5 and 6 were in here, was still my top pick. I just thought underneath was a horse, those were horses to use underneath and maybe could beat her. But looking at Glitter Bay's performances, look at those last couple efforts at Tampa. I know they were against turf runners, especially those races 2 and 3 back where this horse was second. But you even look at that most recent performance. Again, I understand it's on the grass, but that was a very tough allowance race. The winner, Saturday Night Girl, is a Glen Hill Farms homebred for Tom Proctor, so we know that one's well-bred and high hopes. And then actually the horses that finished directly behind Glitter Bay, La Loba, Feroz, and High Vibes, both came back to win next out with 70 buyer speed figures. One came back to win at Tampa, and more recently, High Vibes was able to win at Delaware Park against $28,000 claimers. So I just think the races Glitter Bay comes out of are tougher. And then go down the page, look at those dirt races. She was able to pick up her second lifetime win back against $8,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime, going 7 ace. She was much the best in that performance. She was able to circle most of the field late to win by a length, and even 2 starts later back at that 7 ace distance, she ran a really game second place, and she kind of a similar performance, but she was able to hang on for a second because someone did pass her in the final stages. So regardless of surface, she's always been one to watch, and I really like her here on the main track for Julie Mathis, who's already been off to a really good start at the meet and has had a good day here today at the races. Now, main rival, I think, is going to be on the rail. The number 1, Let's Run 2. This one in the Anthony Adamo barn was claimed last out for $7,500. Was able to pick up that second lifetime win in that race. Was not favored, but did take some respect. Closed very nicely after kind of splitting that field mid-pack early on and made a light run to win by a neck. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Run Happy. The dirt should really not be a problem based on her pedigree. I think in terms of trip, she does draw to the inside here, but she should still be forwardly placed. A big player in here. Just look at those workouts. I know it was before joining the new barn, but had some very, very fast drills, a couple bullet drills over that training track up at Woodbine, which is a dirt surface. So it's going to be interesting to see her on the main track for the first time. And then rounding it out for me, the number 2, Tickler Toe. This one at Luke Cappy barn. Disappointed last time out, going 3 quarters against $15,000 claimers, non-winners of 3 at lifetime up at Woodbine on their synthetic surface. But prior to that, I thought those efforts 2 and 3 starts back were pretty good. I know she wasn't really getting in the money, but she wasn't beaten by much, especially in that race 3 back, and another one that's going to get that surface change today. But for me, all eyes will be on the number 3, Glitter Bay. You're going to have to take a short price on this one, though. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to go 6 furlongs over the main track. Couple of big scratches in race 5. Scratch the 5, Fancy Soul, and 6, Miss Brentwood, leaves us with a field of 5. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Leading the parade, number 1 is Let's Run 2. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Tony Adamo. and owner Bermuda Blue Farm. Number 2 is Tickle Her Toe. Rachel Slavinsky has the call for trainer Louis Cappy and owner Christina Ramjatin. Number 3 is Glitter Bay. Ishmael Mascara pilots for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Princess Stables. 4 is Doodle Dandy. Isabel Wentz rides. Lindsay Hode trains and part owns with Joseph Hode. Scratch the 5 and 6. Number 7 is A Wild as Treasure. Jodine Anderson has the call for owner-trainer Dale Powell. 5 minutes to post for race 5. Late pick 4 wagering starts here. Down to 3 minutes to post. Just 1 minute to post for today's 5th race. Late pick 4 wagering starts in 1 minute. Starting gate taking position at the 6 furlong mark. We've got a bit of bridge jumping action going on number 3, Glitter Bay, currently sitting with about 70% of the show pool. Glitter Bay, the 3 to 5 favorite. Field for race 5 is in the chute. We'll be heading to post shortly. Race 5 field is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 3 to 5 on Glitter Bay, who's still sitting with 67% of the show pool. Let's Run 2, the first to load with Mark Lee Buchanan, 8 to 5 second choice. Tickle Her Toe and Rachel Slavinsky have gate 2. The favorite, Glitter Bay and Ishmael Mascara, 3 to 5. Goes in, Doodle Dandy and Isabel Wentz. Last up will be A Wild as Treasure and Jodine Anderson. We are all set. They're off. Glitter Bay was out well from the middle. Deep on the track is A Wild as Treasure, and up the rail is Let's Run 2. These three go out to make the pace. Racing in fourth is Tickle Her Toe, and then it's a gap of 4 back to Doodle Dandy, who's going to tail off in the early running. It is Let's Run 2 now leading the way, a length better than A Wild as Treasure. Tickle Her Toe is into third, 2 lengths off the lead. Fourth on the outside is Glitter Bay. The top 4 are separated by about 2.5, and then 5 more back to Doodle Dandy. The quarter was 23 flat. They race into the turn, and the complexion has not changed. Let's Run 2 still leads. A Wild as Treasure is second, but here comes Glitter Bay cruising up in the 3 path. Tickle Her Toe is within 1.5 lengths along the rail, and Doodle Dandy is within 7 lengths of the leader. Just over 1/4 mile to go, and Glitter Bay has seized control at the quarter pole. Let's Run 2 is in second. Tickle Her Toe angles off the rail. The half was 46-2. They race into the stretch. It is Glitter Bay and Ishmael Mascara on top. Second is Let's Run 2. Tickle Her Toe is third. Doodle Dandy passing A Wild as Treasure for fourth. They're within the final 1/8 of a mile, and it is Glitter Bay still 2.5 lengths on top. The battle is for second. Let's Run 2 and Tickle Her Toe, but down to the wire, it is Glitter Bay, a comfortable victory. Let's Run 2 second, then Tickle Her Toe and Doodle Dandy 1:11-3. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 3, Glitter Bay. Second was number 1, Let's Run 2. Third was number 2, Tickle Her Toe, and fourth, number 4, Doodle Dandy. Unofficial race 5 order is 3-1-2-4. And now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial Race 5 winner, number 3, Glitter Bay. Glitter Bay is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Tamarcus out of By the Shore. Bred in Florida by A. Francis Van Lingendock, Barbara Van Lingendock, and Haras Buen Borancano. I butchered that a little bit. Glitter Bay ridden to victory today by Ishmael Mosquera for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Princess Stable. That is win number 3 in 21 starts for Glitter Bay, who takes her Fort Erie debut comfortably, completing the 6 furlongs in 1:11.3. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. It is official. Prices are up for race 5. Glitter Bay, $330, $210, and $210. Number 1, Let's Run 2, $240 and $210. And number 2, Tickle Her Toe, $210. $2 exacta, $315.70. The $1 try, $312, $4.90. And the $1 super, $3124, $16.40. $2 double, $8.3, $4.60. $1 pick 3, $4.35. $1 early pick 4, $15.55. And the $1 early pick 5, $39.85. Final pick 3 of the day coming up in race 6. We have 20 minutes to post. And we want to wish a very happy birthday to Carmela, who's celebrating here with us today, and remembrance of Raymond Montana. And we also want to wish a very happy birthday to J.P. Mailhot, son of jockey Pierre Mailhot, celebrating his 24th birthday here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Happy birthday, JP. Changes in race 6. Few overweights. Number 2, Rockland Express. It should read 2 pounds overweight. Will be 120. 2 over on Rockland Express. £2 over on number 4, Jamaican Jimmy, make him 122. And £1 over on 2-year contract will be £1 over at 111. Rockland Express should read £2 over, and 2-year contract should read £1 over. 18 minutes to race number 6.
Race number 6 is up next, and looking at this allowance non-winners to lifetime event, we'll start to go 5 furlongs here on the main track, and it's an interesting group. You can see 7 have been entered. A couple horses going to try the dirt for the first time, and I was torn between 2 runners, the number 4 Jamaican Jimmy, who has that main track dirt experience, and the 7 Would Be Wild. And I'd be lying if I said that I thought, didn't change my mind at all here. I changed my mind every couple minutes, and ultimately I actually did go to the number 7 Would Be Wild. I typically would give the dirt horse a little bit of an edge, but just looking at Would Be Wild, does have that one start back on May 14th of 2023 up at Woodbine going 5 ace, and this horse was the pace setter, and I know he finished 5th in a field of 6, but it was a compact field in the end. He only missed by a length. Mark Lee Buchanan went up for that race, and actually the race prior to that, and if you go to that race prior, it was the same level, but it was back in December. This is a horse they claimed for 10. They put him up to that 25 on the high-end level. He was in for 23.5, and he finished second. He was beaten by less than 2 lengths. They took a stab at that same level to kind of kick off his 5-year-old campaign, and he only missed by a length. So curious to see what he'll do here on the main track. He is a son of Old Forester. I'm not really concerned about the dirt too much, and just looking at his works, he's had a couple works here locally, most recently 48-1. It was the 4th fastest of 16 workers at that distance back on May 6th. It was in preparation for his other race, but it seemed like he took to the surface quite nicely. So curious to see what Roy Agostino can do with this one first time on the dirt. Now I mentioned the number 4 Jamaican Jimmy is the horse that I kept on flip-flopping. Did I put him on top? Did I use him for second? I just thought maybe he'll need a race. Looking at his 3-year-old campaign last year, he was a very consistent type. He was second on debut behind Red Maple, and then came back to win in a really big way. He was able to take that maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds and upward with a 66 Beyer speed figure gate to wire fashion, and that was at the 6 furlong distance. And you can see maybe he kind of showed up in all of those races after being able to graduate, but some were better than others, especially that race 2 back where he was on the slop for the first time in his career and ran a really big second behind Quiet Wyatt, a horse that had a little bit experience over him. So Jamaican Jimmy makes a lot of sense in this spot, and I can see why some people probably will endorse him on top. And just from a physicality standpoint, thought he looked really good here, gearing up for the 6th race. And after that wide open event, I ultimately went to the number 3, MC Jackhammer. Melanie Pinto's had a really great day so far with those 2 wins and a 2nd place finish. I'm going to climb aboard this one for the first time, a son of Jack Milton, who's going to get Lasix for the first time. And he's been known a little bit of a muddied form in terms of a little inconsistent, but when you go to that race 2 back behind Bahamian Dude, 70 Beyer speed figure, which is a really big number. And I think, with looking at some of his races at his best, he could certainly have a say kind of in the outcome here in the 6th race. But for me, the 7 and the 4 were the 2 standouts, and I did give the 7 a fitness edge in here and used him on top. Good luck.
Field for today's 6th race is making their way on track. Race 6 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to sprint 5 furlongs over the main track. No scratches in race 6. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Away from parade, number 1 is JMR Best of Turf. Pierre Mail Hot Rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner JMR Racing Inc. Number 2 is Rockland Express. Leo Salas rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Mary Self. 3 is MC Jackhammer. Melanie Pinto in the saddle for trainer Joe Humber and owner Church Street Stables. Number 4 is Jamaican Jimmy. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Mark Fournier and owners Tanya Orth, Scott Leith, and partners. Number 5 is Linda Lippies, Naval Officer. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Joan Mitchell. 6 is 2-year contract. Rachel Slavinsky has the call for trainer Lou Cappy and owner Christina Ramjatin. Rounding out the field, number 7 is Would Be Wild. Mark Lee Buchanan pilots for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Stevens Stables Limited. 4 minutes to post for today's 6th race. Three minutes to post. Starting gate taking position at the 5 furlong pole. We have 2 minutes to post for race number 6. Down to just 1 minute to post. Horses for race 6 are heading towards the starting gate. Last call to get your race 6 wagers in. Field for race 6 behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 3-5 on the outside runner, Would Be Wild. Making his Fort Erie debut. First to load will be JMR Best of Turf and Pierre Mailhot. First time gelding. Also first time gelding is the gray Rockland Express with Leo Salez. Looking to give Julie Mathis a training triple. MC Jackhammer and Melanie Pinto. Pinto looking for a riding triple. Jamaican Jimmy and Ishmael Mascara. Mascara piloted Bayesian Bullet to victory. Well, that was Pinto. My mistake. Naval Officer and Chris Husbands to gate 5. Gate 6 for 2-year contract and Rachel Slavinsky. And the outside gate is Would Be Wild and Mark Lee Buchanan. Would Be Wild goes in and we are all set. They're off. Rockland Express out a little slow from the middle. Jamaican Jimmy has good speed. Deep on the track is Would Be Wild. Racing between horses is MC Jackhammer. Along the rail, JMR Best of Turf is ridden along to keep up. But as they race past the half-mile pole, it's going to be Would Be Wild seizing control. Second along the inside is MC Jackhammer. Jamaican Jimmy is making up ground on the outside. 2 lengths better than Naval Officer. Past the quarter in 22 and 3. Racing in 5th is JMR Best of Turf, who's under a ride. 6th along the rail is 2-year contract. And back last is Rockland Express. Quarter of a mile to go. They swing for home. It is Would Be Wild, 4-5 favorite on top. Ask for More in second is Jamaican Jimmy. Third along the rail, MC Jackhammer. Deep on the track is Naval Officer. But Would Be Wild is extending the lead past the furlong pole. It is Would Be Wild all on top. He's surging clear in the 16th pole. Would Be Wild and Mark Lee Buchanan win by 6. Second was MC Jackhammer, then Jamaican Jimmy in 2-year contract in 57 and 4. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 7, Would Be Wild. Second was number 3, MC Jackhammer. Third, number 4, Jamaican Jimmy. And fourth, number 6, 2-year contract. Unofficial race 6 order, 7-3-4-6. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial race 6 winner, number 7, Would Be Wild. Would Be Wild is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Old Forester out of Psychedelia, bred here in Ontario by Victoria Pappas. Would Be Wild piloted to victory today by Mark Lee Buchanan for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Steven Stables. Would Be Wild takes to the dirt. He gets his second career win in start number 14, completing the 5 furlongs in 57-4. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. Surging! Race 6 is now official. Would Be Wild delivers as the 4-5 favorite, 360, 230, and 210. MC Jackhammer for the place, 490 and 290, and Jamaican Jimmy, 250. $2 exacta, 7.3, 14.30. The $1 try, 7.34, $20.10. $1 super, 7.346, $66.75. $2 double, 3.7, $6.40. And the $1 pick 3, $4.30. Late double wagering coming up in the 7th. We're back on the turf. Full field of 9, 19 minutes to post. The free summer concert series is back this year at Fort Erie Racetrack. A few free concerts at the Tiki Bar. Our next concert is Tuesday, June 27th, featuring The Trip. Just an overweight in race 7. We have 1 pound over on number 9. Equal Justice will carry 121 pounds. 17 minutes to post. And we want to wish a very happy birthday to Nancy Fairgrieve, who's here celebrating with us today. Happy birthday, Nancy. From all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And we also want to wish a happy birthday to Nicole Longhouse. Happy birthday, Nicole, from everybody here at Fort Erie Racetrack.
It's time for the late double here, which gets kicked off in race number 7. And I have to say, we saved the last two races the best for last. These are really great fields coming up. Here we're on the turf going 5/8. This is a $6,250 claiming event. And this is for horses that have not won a race in 2023 or have not won 4 races in their career. And looking at this group, it's a nice big field of 9, very competitive top to bottom. And a couple horses I think are intriguing. The one Ready to March is one of them, as well as the number 9 Equal Justice. And we'll start on the outside here with the number 9 Equal Justice. Now, Robert Johnson is the trainer here, has been at Penn National the last couple of years, and something to note, this is his first starter here at Fort Erie since 2018, and back in 2018, he took the training title here. I believe he had 16 winners on the season. He did a really great job, had a lot of horses for Bruno Schickendans, and looking at this one, you might say, okay, getting back on the turf, kind of an interesting spot, but looking at this horse's turf races, had some really nice turf races, 7 for 8 in the money, just one of them being a win. And when you go back to some of those races, some were at Delaware Park, 70 Buyer speed figures, just really big numbers. So it's going to be interesting to see this 7-year-old son of Distorted Humor can improve in terms of his form so far. It's been a bit muddied. He's been a little inconsistent. You can see 2 starts back at the $4,000 level, which is where he was claimed. He ran a decent third. He didn't perform very well next time out while doubling that claim price. But go down the page. I mean, it's crazy to think back in July, this horse popped an 81 Buyer speed figure, won by over 5.5 lengths, and took that field gate to wire. So he has had some really big efforts. You can see he's a consistent type. I just think we might see him really improve today, getting back on the grass. And you might wonder also, why didn't he go to Penn National for those races? But looking at their condition book, kind of looking, there are some spots that maybe he would have been eligible for, but this is maybe a softer group that he'll face today. So Equal Justice is who I picked on top. The number 1, Ready to March, all the way on the inside. This is an interesting son of Tom's Ready. He's just a 4-year-old. He's got 3 wins so far in his career from 17 starts. Now, he does have a turf try under his belt, but worth noting, it was a long time ago. It was in a grade 3 event, and just looking at his pedigree, the mare was very good on the turf. Had several wins on the grass, and this one's younger half's sister has actually been really nice on the grass as well, Georgie's Spirit up in New York. So pedigree-wise, I think it suits this one well, and Ready to March ran very well here on May 23rd. Figures to improve, second time off that layoff and second time in the barn of Jeff Voice. Then from here, lots of directions to go. I went with the number 5, Union Colonel, 1 of 2 for Rob Warner in here. Gonna race with blinkers off today. Only finished 5th last time out against $4,000 claimers, but that was on the dirt. Very different animal on the turf. All 3 of his career wins have been on the grass. He's 2 for 2 here locally on the turf course. I'm just curious to see what he's going to do with the firm ground at 5/8. It's something that he hasn't done. He has won at this distance, but there was some moisture in the track, and in both of his turf efforts, he took them in front-end fashion. He may get some pressure in here, but hard to knock, and he's going to offer a bit more value than the other 2 that I mentioned. But for me, 9-1-5 ends up being my top 3 selections here. Good luck in race number 7.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. Race 7 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4 races. We are going to sprint about 5 furlongs over the turf course for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. We have a field of 9 set to go here. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Post parade number 1 is Ready to March. Chris Husbands rides for owner-trainer Jeff Voice. Number 2 is Wanafrack. Omar Marino has the call for trainer Joe Humber and owner Julie Wilkinson. 3 is Executive Sight. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickendans. Number 4 is Half Lit. Brandon Boulanger in the saddle for owner-trainer Howard Keene. 5 is Union Colonel. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Robert Warner, who part owns with Nancy Warner. Radcliffe Racing Stable and Admiral Stable, the owner of number 6, Ace Destroyer, Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Josh Robillard. Number 7 is Executive Giant. Michael David rides for trainer Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. Number 8 is Savvy's Sister. Isabel Wentz rides for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Christopher Colaleo. And completing the field is number 9, Equal Justice. Shane Ellis rides for trainer Robert Johnston and owner Bruno Schickadans. 1 minute to post. For the 7th, we're back on the turf to kick off the late double. Field for race 7 is crossed onto the turf course before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. Full field of 9. Very competitive group of runners here in the 7th. field for race 7 is heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 2-1 on number 3, Executive Sight, the 9-year-old. Co-second choices at 7-2 are number 1, Ready to March, and 9, Equal Justice. Ready to March goes in under Chris Husbands. Gate 2 for the Grey Gelding, Wanafrac and Omar Marino. Executive Sight and Melanie Pinto, one of 2 for Bruno Chickadans here. Half Lit with Brandon Boulanger will go to post 4. Gate 5 for Union Colonel, one of 2 for trainer Robert Warner. This one wears the red cheek pieces. Pierre Mailhot aboard. Ace Destroyer and Kirk Johnson. Ready to March acting up a little bit in the gate. Executive Giant and Michael David to gate 7. The Mare, Savvy's Sister with Isabel Wentz. And the last to load will be Equal Justice and Shane Ellis. We are all set. Riders off of Executive Giant. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch being announced here for the first time. By order of the track veterinarian, scratch the number 7, Executive Giant. Take out the 7. If you have number 7, Executive Giant, in any win, play, show, exactor, 20 try, and superfecta wagers, you will be refunded. If you are live in any multi-race wagers to Executive Giant, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Current favorite is number 9, Equal Justice. If you are on track, please back away from the outer rail. Executive Giant is loose on the turf course. We just want everybody to be safe. Stand by, as there will be a slight delay before race number 7. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another late scratch being announced here for the first time by order of the track veterinarian. Scratch the number 6, Ace Destroyer. Take out the 6. All win, play, show, exactor, try, and superfecta wagers on Ace Destroyer will be refunded. If you are live to Ace Destroyer in any multi-race wagers, double, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Once again, that is another late scratch of the number 6, Ace Destroyer. Both numbers 6 and 7 are out of race 7. Current post-time favorite is number 9, Equal Justice. That could change by the time the race goes off. We are down to a field of 7 in today's 7th. Set to begin reloading for the 7th race. Ready to March and Chris Husbands will be the first to go back in. Just waiting for all the riders to climb back aboard here. 9-5 on number 9, Equal Justice. And all the riders have remounted. Loading begins again. Ready to March and Chris Husbands to the rail. Wanafrak and Omar Marino. 9-year-old veteran, Executive Sight, Melanie Pinto aboard. Half Lit, Brandon Boulanger. Union Colonel in the cheek pieces, Pierre Mailhot. Savvy's Sister with Isabel Wentz. Last up will be Equal Justice and Shane Ellis. All set. They're off. Out in a good line, showing speed along the rail. Here comes Ready to March, Wanafrak. Deep on the track is Union Colonel, and widest of all is Equal Justice. Trying to split them as Executive Sight. The top 5 are bunched up by about 3 lengths. 4 more back to Half Lit, and the trailer is Savvy's Sister. They race down the backstretch into the far turn. It is Ready to March and Union Colonel head and head, slugging it out, setting it up nicely for Equal Justice, who's watching it 2 lengths back. It's another 5 back to Wanafrak and Executive Sight, who races a pair, 2 lengths better than Half Lit, and Savvy's Sister begins to gain momentum as they reach the quarter pole. Union Colonel is overtaken, Ready to March as they swing for home. Equal Justice in the 3-path. Wanafrak tries to gain ground, but gain momentum between horses with just over an 1/8 of a mile to go. Ready to March has packed it in, giving control to Union Colonel, but Wanafrak is flying up the inside. Wanafrak trying to get to Union Colonel in the final 70 yards. It is Union Colonel trying to hold Wanafrak on the inside. Union Colonel holds on. Wanafrak was second, then Half Lit, and Executive Sight 58-3. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 5, Union Colonel. Second is number 2, Wanafrac. Third, number 4, Half Lit. Fourth, number 3, Executive Sight. Unofficial race 7 order is 5-2-4-3. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial race 7 winner, number 5, Union Colonel. Union Colonel is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Colonel John out of Dinner with DC. Bred in Kentucky by K&G Stables, Union Colonel was ridden to victory by the mailman, Pierre Mailhot, for trainer Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. That is lifetime win number 4 in 25 starts for Union Colonel. He is 3 for 3 over the Fort Erie turf course, completing the 5 furlongs, about 5 furlongs, in 58 and 3. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. And it is official. Prices are up. Union Colonel, $8.40, $5 and $4.50. Long shot Wanafrac in for second, $10.80 to place and $6.60 to show. Another long shot in for show, Half Lit, paid $9.80. $2 exacta, $5.2, $70.50. $1 try, $5.24. $375.60. The $1 super, $5.243, $1,906.55. $2 double, $7.5, $48.20. The consolation doubles onto scratches 6 or 7, paid $3. And the $1 pick 3, $23.25. 21 minutes to post for race 8, jackpot high 5 carryover, just over $6,600. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show. It's on Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10 p.m. Jackpot High Five wagering offered here in the 8th. Be the only winning ticket to collect the whole jackpot. Carryover $6,628. A few overweights for race 8. Number 2, Determined Love, will be 2 over at 122. Number 5, Easy Access, 2 over at 122. Number 6, Forest B, will be 1 over at 121. And number 8, Sub-Zero Plus, 1 pound over, 121. 19 minutes to post.
We wrap up another beautiful Tuesday here of racing at the Fort in the 8th race, an allowance optional claiming event for fillies and mares set to go 5 ace on the main track. It's a really great betting race, a nice field of 8 in here. And looking at this group, just a couple of things to note. Trainer John Sims has a 1-2 potential punch in here with the horse on the rail, the number 1, Pluie d'Avril, as well as the number 4, Jimbala, who's been an interesting horse here over the years, a 7-time winner locally on the main track. Also to note, the number 3, My Final Trick, will not have a whip. So Omar Moreno will not carry a whip here with the number 3, My Final Trick. So diving more into this race, I kind of alluded to John Sims having 2 runners. I think on paper, at least when you look at numbers, the number 4, Jimbala, looks extremely tough. Ended the season here last year at this similar level, going 6 furlongs, was second behind Cephalo, who came back to win next time out. And you go down the page, I mean, this is a horse at 77 Beyer speed figure here on the main track and 83 on the slop. She's been very quick in her start. She's been forwardly placed most of the time, but we did see kind of a different dimension in her final appearance last season when she was able to close from the back of the pack. She didn't have the sharpest of breaks like she typically does. Now, the field has a ton of pace in here, which I don't think necessarily is what they want in here. And it's also interesting to note John Sims' go-to rider is Brandon Boulanger, and he's going to stick here with the number 1, and maybe it's because this horse is going to get a pace setup. Maybe there's other reasons for it as well, but just something to note that he's going to stick with the 1 in here. But I go to the 4 as my top pick. From here, looking at some others, the number 6, Forest B, a little bit of a wild card, a 4-year-old daughter of Old Forester, who's a 3-time winner in her career. We're going to try the dirt today for the first time. Now, you look at her season last year, very, very consistent type, 6 for 9 in the money, picked up 2 wins. One of those wins was her last start of 2022, where she was very quick in that race, going 5.5 on the synthetic. She ended up winning with a 71 Beyer speed figure by just over a length. And then to start this year, she was back up at Woodbine in her first start for the Dale Powell barn, and she was forwardly placed, but she tired. She probably needed a race fresh off the bench. Now just going to make that second start off the layoff. And looking at her most recent drill, she does have a bullet drill in preparation for this race, 35-2 for 3 furlongs. The dirt's a little bit of a question, though. Interesting to monitor the tote action on the number 6, Forest B. And then from here, I was torn between the 1 and the 2. I can make cases for both. I think in the case of the 1, this horse is going to get some pace to run at. But I went to the 2, Determined Love, who, you look at the record last year, a 6-time winner from 9 starts, only missed the board once. But look at a lot of those races. They were 2 furlong dashes. A very, very quick mare, daughter of Shackelford, who was just very swift out of the gate. But the one thing I will point out is on May 31st, fresh off the layoff, she raced at a very similar level, basically the same level, going 5 ace, which is today's distance. She sat just off the pace and closed late to crush her competition by nearly 5 lengths. I know she's quick, but I think if for some reason she's not forwardly placed, she can sit just off the pace. And the combination of Helen Vanek, Nick Mullany Jr. just always wants to watch. So I'm curious to see what she'll be able to do here. She's yet to finish worse than second in those 6 appearances, but I mentioned a lot of those races were at the 2 furlong distance. We're just a couple of minutes away here from the nightcap. Best of luck here in this challenging finale.
Field is making their way on track for tonight's 8th and final race. Race 8 is an allowance optional claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won a race other than, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. We're going to go 5 furlongs over the main track. Race 8 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high 5 wagering. The carryover is over $6,600. Field of 8 set to go in the nightcap. Number 1 is Pluie d'Avril. Brandon Boulanger rides for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. 2 is Determined Love. Helen Vanek rides for owner-trainer Nick Malini Jr. Number 3 is My Final Trick. Omar Marino has the call for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 4 is Gimbala. Amanda Vandermeer's pilots for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Harvey Bussey. George Newland owns and trains number 5, Easy Access. The rider is Ismael Mosquera. 6 is Forest B. Shane Ellis pilots for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Number 7 is Jara. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Schickadans. And last to parade is number 8, Sub-Zero Plus. Michael David rides for owner-trainer Dale Powell. 3 minutes to post for the nightcap. Jackpot High Five Wagering coming up here. Starting gate taking position. Not much time left to get your race 8 wagers in. Jackpot High Five Wagering coming up. It's a competitive betting board. Race 8 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. This board is wide open. Co-favorite at 3-1 are Gimbala and Forest B, numbers 4 and 6, 7-2 on My Final Trick and Jara, 3 and 7. That's 4 horses within a half point. Pluie Davril and Brandon Boulanger first to go up. Determined Love, the quarter-mile queen of last year with Helen Vanek. Gate 2, My Final Trick goes off the claim. Omar Marino aboard. Gimbala with Amanda Vandermeersch, slightly favored right now. Easy Access with Ishmael Mosquera. Forest B makes her Fort Erie debut under Shane Ellis. The gray mare, Jara, Pierre Mailhot looks to sweep the late double. And long shot, Sub-Zero Plus, and Michael David will go to the outside. Sub-Zero Plus is in, and we are all set. They're off. Determined Love out like a shot. My Final Trick also out well. Deep on the track, Easy Access. Here comes Forest B between horses. It's going to be Determined Love, My Final Trick, and Forest B making the pace. Easy Access is fourth along the inside with Jara to her outside. Sub-Zero Plus is out wide with Gimbala splitting horses. Along the rail is Pluie Davril as they race into the sunset turn. It is Determined Love, a length on top. Forest B is cruising to put the pressure on past a quarter in 22 and 3. My Final Trick losing position as Jara begins to gain ground on the outside. Easy Access is riding the rail from fourth. Gimbala needs to gain momentum. Pluie Davril on the inside and well back to Sub-Zero Plus. They swing for home. Determined Love looking to go wire to wire. Forest B is second, not gaining much ground. Jara into third, but Determined Love is just getting away from them past the eighth pole. It is Determined Love up by 5. Determined Love going strongly. The battles for place between Forest B and Jara, but Determined Love was much the best. Jara might have just got up over Forest B, then Pluie Davril and Gimbala in 58 flat. Unofficial winner of race 8 is number 2, Determined Love. Photo for place, hold all tickets until the results have been posted. In the place photo, it was number 7, Jara, up over number 6, Forest B. Number 1, Pluie Davril was 4th, and 5th was Gimbala, number 4 for the jackpot high 5. Your unofficial race 8 order is 27614. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial race 8 winner, number 2, Determined Love. Determined Love is a 6-year-old chestnut mare by Shackelford out of Stylish Affair. Bred in Virginia by Mr. and Mrs. C. Oliver Island III. Determined Love was ridden to victory today by Helen Vanek for owner-trainer Nick Malini Jr. That is lifetime win number 10 for Determined Love, 6 of which have come here at Fort Erie Racetrack. She was the quarter-mile queen last year, but she was proven at 5 furlongs as well. She proves that she can get past the quarter. Determined Love, wire to wire, completing the 5/8 and 58 flat. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. It's official. Prices are up. Determined Love, $17.20, $8.50, and $3.90. Number 7, Jara, $5.30 and $3.20. 6, Forest B, $4.10. $2 Exacta, $2.7, $63.90. The $1 Try, $2.76, $165.85. $1 Super, $2.761, $392.70. Multiple winning tickets in the high five. The $1 combo returns $613.20. Carryover into Monday's card of racing will be $9,091.70. The jackpot high five carryover continues to grow. $2 double, $5.2, $81. $1 pick 3, $152.30. $1 pick 4, $216.10, and the $1 late pick 5, $204.40. Place photo on screen now for tonight's 8th race. Number 7, Jara, gets the head up over Forest B. Race 8 place photo is on screen now. Jackpot high five carryover is growing. Going into Monday's card, the carryover is up to $9,091.17. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for info about everything going on here at the track this summer. Find live stream of our races and all of the replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie, Monday and Tuesday. First post on both days will be 4:30. Summer Concert Series is back this year at Fort Erie Racetrack. Our next free concert at the Tiki Bar will be Tuesday, June 27th, featuring The Trip. Come on out on Sunday, June 18th to celebrate Father's Day at the races. We have a special Sunday card, first post at noon with market vendors, stakes races, and the special Father's Day brunch buffet. Be sure to save the date. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursday at 10:30 and Saturday at 10. So that concludes the racing action here at Fort Erie on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon. We want to thank everybody for coming out, everybody who supported us via simulcast. Another strong wagering day here at Fort Erie. We couldn't do it without our fans and horse players. We want to thank you all. Hope you have a great rest of your Tuesday night. And we'll see you back next week at Monday at 4:30. From all of us here at Fort Erie, have a lovely week.